Good morning. How's everyone doing? Play Major Tom at open because we're going to space on a rocket. We're going somewhere. Interesting. What was yesterday's high? 42.32? So 42.40. So we should open at about, what, 42.48? Make it stop, Girk. They're not done yet. Are my 0 DTE 4200 puts wrecked? Maybe not. I mean, probably. Did you buy those this morning? Or last night? Blink if today is the top. Damn. Yesterday at close? Interesting. I'm I'm not going to comment on the taking of directional risk overnight on the SPX, but I feel like I should comment on the taking of directional risk overnight on the SPX. They're above some of the sold calls. All right. Let's see what this is going to look like. All right. Pretty big moves at market open. Lots of calls open at 42.40, 42.45, 42.50. So I think the question here is, do the sold calls stay on the chain or do they collapse? If they do not collapse, then we're very near our top. More ups if Fed pauses while inflation's increasing. Why the fuck not? There's a part of me that feels that it's somehow prudent to Wait for 4260. Where's the gap? Does anybody remember where the gap is on SPX? That's filled. There's like another one from way back when. Is it 4260 through 4279 from August? I just got back from hanging with some kid in the jungle and some bitch ass panther. What did I miss? The bare necessities. Puts are so cheap. Yes, they are. $260. Okay. Options. It's the bottom of that gap. 4220. Do you think they're pumping the markets before the inevitable plunge due to QT? It's possible. Yellen's going to start selling tomorrow. I believe the third was that what the either no the fifth. Sorry, Yellen's going to start selling on the 5th. So I believe the first auction is going to be the 5th, resolving on the 8th, and then the next auction is the 8th or the. No, that doesn't sound right. Hold on, I gotta look it up again. Okay, so the 5th resolving on the 8th, and then today they they announced one last night for today. And those are being issued on the 5th. And that's 15 billion. At 11 a.m. I have half my call side. I sold half of it in pre-market. So Monday first auction with payment due Wednesday. No, first auction today. You holding your call side still? Why would they be pumping it for her? It's not for her, right? I mean, if they were, it's a pretty big stretch. But if they were pumping the market, right, it's to get out of equities before she fucking destroys equity liquidity. Holy fuck, Nvidia's like crashing. What's going on with fucking NASDAQ, man? What the fuck? NASDAQ went up 52 basis points in 5 minutes? I guess they got done covering T plus 5. Holy fuck. Hmm. Where did Jamie roll the hedge fund 3 calls up to? 5% from spot, right? I'm not actually sure, but they should be 5% from spot, and they should be being rolled to the um July expiration, I think. Or no, end of August. Is Costco confirming a breakout of its 14-month wedge? I have no idea. Let me look. Yeah. I mean, the upside trend, at least. 4270 is the peak of the gamma, like the open interest here. Wow, call side gamma. 4250 support. Futures, that's 4275-ish. $42.80. Hmm. Win by puts. Well, there's bound to be some profit taking here. I don't know how low that's gonna drop us right now. It depends. Like if 4270 and 4250 take profits, there's not a ton of downside support besides that. Some of these calls in here are sold, so it's a bit murky. Like there's a lot of sold calls between 4235 and 4265. And I feel like some of them got squeezed out, right? And that's a lot of the like morning breakout, but um some of them are pretty far dated, so I don't think they're gonna get squeezed. Is all the ETF liquidity on the long side for Nvidia? Should I buy even more puts? This is fucking crazy. Nvidia's like selling off. Like, let it happen. It's lost like $23 billion in market cap since market open. Look at fucking NASDAQ futures. Everyone loves illiquid stock markets until they go down. Also, check DMs. What the fuck? The 20-year hit 4.3 today? Is that just this morning? Oh, fuck. I should have bought more out of the money puts. Dude, yields are rocketing. The 2 years at 4.43. What the actual fuck? Mm. TLT's down 0.5. Hmm. Oh no, are adverse moves destroying the short strangle with calls? Lily needs to learn from NVIDIA. A lower high here is actually really bearish. Um, Nasdaq's selling off pretty hard, but oil's pumping. Okay, Dixie up, Bitcoin up, gold down. Hmm. Man, fucking yields are just moving up so hard right now. The 30 years at 3.58, up 1%, 107 basis points. 10 years up 142, 5 years up 197. Sell side momentum is increasing. Which index, though? Do you still have the call side of your straddle? No, the rest. I got stopped out of the rest. Are there any strike states you've given up on and are repositioning? Or do you think the violent downside is close enough to just hold or average down? Um, so I know I moved out some of my like further out of the money shit, like the Vega plays. I bought some more theta on those. Trying to think what else. Let me look. Um, so I still have June 16 4100s. I have June 30th 4000s. 425s for June 16th, 4125s for June 16th, 3500s, 35 and 3800s for July 21st. Which 5 green weeks in a row would be the most for GME since 2020? Wait, what? That doesn't make any sense. Would 5 green weeks? I believe so. I think 4 already was. Why would bonds sell off if the Fed is going to pause hikes? If the Fed's going to stop hiking, then everyone's going to start buying bonds. That's one of the reasons that the market crashes after the Fed stops increasing rates. Because no one wants to buy bonds while the Fed's still increasing rates, right? Great timing on that QQQ put. Thanks. Let's see if it continues to break down. Oh, yeah. Are yields rocketing the defibrillator that my SPX puts needed? Maybe. Sometimes the pain trade is the best trade. Rate hike, market drops, rate pause, market crashes. I can't wait for JPOW to talk soon. When's JPOW talking? Will there be a red day between now and the 16th? We might get one today. The call side positioning is getting fucking obliterated right now. And the sell-off is consistent, right? Which is something we don't see very often. I mean, QQQ went up 50 basis points in 5 minutes. And then in the next 25 has gone down 100. QQQ is almost red on the day. I don't know if you guys saw that this morning, but unemployment went up 3%. Or 0.3%. Sorry. Yeah, I think more importantly, unemployment went up 0.3% on the highest number of jobs added since January. No, yeah, 0.3. Not 3. 3 of the market would be over. What do you mean those job numbers were weird? No, they're not, right? They're super fucking bearish. I'm going to reiterate that 6 weeks ago, or 2 weeks ago, I said 6 weeks from then, we would be in an official recession. 4 weeks from now, we might be. Two weeks ago, 6 weeks from 2 weeks ago, which is 4 weeks from now. I only have 5 hours of theta, though. Fair enough. I need to drink some fucking coffee, all right? Got a meeting in an hour, and then I got a split. Wait, are you like going on vacation or something? Damn. Danimal, welcome to Pigeon Whale, man. Thank you so much, dude. I appreciate it. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added. Actually, I don't think I need to add you. You should just upgrade. Flock Pigeon Whales and Riku for the newest member. Enjoy shitting on the pores. It's the best. Don't you dare kiss my lips gingerly, you fucking bastard. I'll be out of town on Tuesday and Wednesday. You're gonna miss the market crash. Solid Sephiroth, thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added after the stream, dude.
Happy birthday, Gurk. Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got roles. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we hold in the float. If you are what you eat, that makes Gherkin the go. Hoping that you read the DD, cause when the shit squeeze, we go end up with the moon, man. Racks to the 510 weeklies, while I'm selling CCs like another fucking moon win. Praise be to RC and the BY, please, cause I need G and me to move soon, man. Got the band GG on the CNBC,
Why the fuck is VIX going down? Support at 42.50, a little bit, yeah. Although I think out of the money strikes are being sold. Fucking realized volatility is ridiculous. EQ. Interesting. EQ. NQ found a little support, 14,450, 14,475. Hmm. $42.60. I'm trying to determine if this is like a real bounce or if it's just more profit taking. Shy Mansky, welcome to Dillionaire. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the country club after the stream.
Yeah. Yeah, we might have a chance, but we ain't got rolls. Give us more than a chance, cause we ain't no cold. Get the cash in advance, cause we holding the float. If you want
Just be really cautious of its potential to maybe break up here. I don't think it will. I have I have September 380s and 350s on the video. Imagine how many pigeon wells there will be if the market crashes. I don't know if I'd probably a few. The Bears ever gonna get a continuation, right? We'll see. Call profitability is declining. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . slowly. Okay. So we're looking at 4250 on ES is the support to the downside. Your house's lawn is mowed. I won't send the bill over this time. Shh was enough from the new house guests. Yields rising so hard is pretty clear indication that we're going to see some significant downside soon, right? It's a very good sign, yeah. How did the 4220 strike price go so low in a small bounce? They're very far out of the money. Are we headed for that gap or what? I hope so. What's interesting is ES is forming like an ascending head and shoulders, and NQ is forming a descending head and shoulders. So ES, right? And then NQ. Guess that's a little. Yeah. Hmm. It seems like they can't just be the effect of oil. How did the 4220? Are we headed for that gap or what? If the market crashes, I will become a pickle dragon. Awesome. Oil's pushing up today. I know. It's up like almost 300 BPS. JP Morgan's Pinto predicts the Fed will raise to 5.5, then pause. That's 50 BPS. Faint pulse from the VIX. Not enough yet. What's VIX support at? That's not a real thing. I'm starting to think more and more that the zero DTE pump is literally just BlackRock. To what end? Most of BlackRock's holdings are in ETFs though, right? Hmm. Well, interesting. Zero DTE, some profit taking to the downside, but or well, it actually kind of just looks like people are rolling up. So see where that ends up. Right now it's still a downtrend. And that's yes. Okay. Hmm. This is still this is still like kind of variable. I don't know where that's gonna end up. Uh, 4250 puts are increasing. Does the holiday next Friday affect anything? I don't think so. Like specifically what? Are you asking about GME? Variant swap? Okay. Hmm. Shout out to Girk for fostering this amazing community. One of the most simultaneously educational and hilarious. It's been a heck of a 2 years and one of the best shows on the interweb. Thanks, Draxix. I appreciate it, man. I hate this market with all my being, but I've gotten very good at drawing triangles thanks to your guidance. Awesome. 4250's bailing here. We might, well, some of the like out of the money strikes are 65. Mm. 70, 65, 80. 250s are still pretty strong. The 2 year is now up 300 basis points at 4.47. If this keeps up all day, the fucking 30 year is gonna hit 4%. Ciao, cheerio, cheers. Thanks, Gurch, for teaching me about stuff. Have a Capri Sun on me. Thanks, Joe Ro. I have juice boxes, but I don't have a Capri Sun. Sorry, but I think I have to pull back the wedding invite. Though I've been doing well, I don't feel okay continuing since it's blood money. I'd rather continue paper trade than risk what I can't lose. Fair enough. You think 4100 July 21s are a good buy here? I, I have 4100 June 16s, so I'm not sure I'm qualified to answer that without bias. My computer and internet do not like running D4, IBKR, and YouTube at the same time. Hmm. Ooh, NQ's pushing for 14.5 again. The fuck? What's SPY doing? Ooh. NASDAQ volatility is picking up. Breakout? Ooh, yep, broke 14.5. That's pretty bearish. You getting Street Fighter 6 tonight or playing Diablo? I don't know. If the market gets really boring today, I might I might play Diablo during. No, I'm not. I think I haven't pre-ordered Street Fighter, so I still need to buy it. VIX now below 2021 lows. Yep. It's the dip before the rip, Dork. You are here. If NQ breaks down on a descending head and shoulders, where do you think Nvidia drops to? Today? I don't know. I mean, I'd probably just play it at the money because it's like zero DTEs. I made 600 on my spy strangle. Thanks. Nice, dude. Congratulations. A little bit of a fight on NQ for 14.5. But we did lock in the like that lower low. And retested the bottom. The resistance doesn't seem to be getting a lot of volume here. ES hasn't really broken down yet. It's definitely being propped up by oil, but oil's falling. All right, what other data do we have today? VIX this low, put selling can't be profitable. I mean, they still sold a shitload of puts earlier, right? There's a lot of put selling going on earlier. This part was weird, right? Like where we were dropping, but VIX was also dropping. ES retesting 4265 again. NQ back above 14.5. A lot of volume. Hmm. Hmm. VIX turning up. NQ at resistance. ES might be failing a little lower here. Hmm. I'm full port 0 GT 4200s. This might be my last day. Ah, it's really stupid. How much of an impact on bond yields will the 123B T-bill edition have on Monday? 123 billion? It sounds like you're talking about like a regulatory code. Use a dollar sign or something. 123 billion T-bill edition have on Monday. I mean, it's going to raise yields, right? It's effectively quantitative tightening. Like yields are going to bid up at auction. Oh, yep, oil fell off. Back under 200 BPS. Can Jamie Dimon just sell a gazillion feuds to save his color, please? We're not near the We're nowhere near the equity fund one collar. On full port 4250p 0 DTE. Okay, that's not as bad. What a line. It's a tremendous line. It's the best line that ever existed. I've never played UVXY. Smart. Can you do the Greeks for Tesla, please? Yeah, I can check them out. Uh, what the fuck? All right. So Gamma Max 225. I think it dropped since yesterday. Yeah, Gamma Max dropped. Gamma Neutral 178. Jesus Christ, what the fuck is going on there? People are loading up puts, I think. Okay, that's weird. Delta Neutral 162. Vega Neutral 147. Oh yeah. People are buying a lot of puts over the last 2 days on Tesla. No, my line. Is that gap? That's it. Hmm. Next week's SPS target. That's SPX target. I don't know. Let's see if we break down today. This is kind of important. Auctions in 20 minutes. What else do we have today? Vehicle sales, but no disclosed time. You think about rolling up your June Tesla puts? No. Are you thinking of what's a good buy range for DLTR? Oh man, they have a lot of fucking debt. I don't know. I mean, there's always a niche for that industry, but with global supply chains getting more fractured, it's probably riskier. It might bounce back. Their growth is okay, but if they start paying off their debt, probably not so great. I don't particularly want to buy any. They should do well in a recession, but I don't know if they'll do that well. Breaking news: Moody's downgrades U.S. debt to BB. Downgrades Meta to C. SPX up 1.5%. When does Yellen need to re-up the TGA? I mean, over the next couple weeks. That's not how that works, Blue Fire. I don't think the auction's gonna be super relevant. I guess it depends on how much yields bid up, but it's just like a temporary like liquidity grab. I think they're doing like very short dated securities. Bull trap. VIX looks like it's starting to round off. Does it? All right. That's the test. 4270. 4266. Well, that's just a double top at this point. Can you please bring me back down to earth? I timed almost perfectly the intraday top of Upstart yesterday and intraday bottom of Upstart this morning. Nice. I need to be assured I'm not good at this, just stupid and lucky. I mean, as long as you understand Upstart's ranges, I mean, you've got resistance at 30 and you've got support at like really strong support at 25. Is this the new intraday high? Pretty close. Yep. This is being pushed by. We'll bounce back a little bit. VIX getting crushed down again, though. Not a lot of new calls coming in. Some in-the-money calls selling off. Mostly strikes that were opened yesterday, though. I didn't know bear flags break up. Sometimes they do before they fail, too. So, like, sometimes you'll get, like a breakdown. And then you'll get your channel, and then sometimes they break up and then fail. Sometimes they just break up. On indexes, they break up more often than they do on like regular equities. Because indexes trend over time should always be up. Generally, the longer a bear flag drags out, the more likely it is to break up. So like if it's like 15 minutes long, if it's like a little short bear flag, right, and you get your drop and it's like this, and then it breaks down, that's usually about it. And we kind of already had a breakdown of a little one right here. Like we had this one. And that broke down. And then we found a higher low and recovered into more upward consolidation. The reason this isn't like full bull yet is like volume didn't come in here, right? Like on the bounce. It wasn't like volume, like it's not like we found support and then volume ramped up. Like it just volume continued to decline. Yeah, bear flags have been breaking up a lot over the last 2 months. Volume on futures or SPX calls coming? Some. Futures volume still kind of declining a little bit. Hicks 12 incoming. Is this where we continue to consolidate for 3 hours before breaking down the last 30 minutes? No, I think it'll be sooner than that. The only reason I think we're even going to break down here is because they're selling off like a lot of the support, right? Like the calls, the out of the money calls. And they're not buying a lot more calls out of the money. That could just be because they're expensive right now. But Hmm. $54 BPS, 1 hour. Not too different than yesterday. So 2-day pump. 270. 75.80. Some put volume coming in at like 65, 60, and 55. There's some put volume at 275. Not a lot though. Probably just people trying to fade the peak. Zero DTE. Few more minutes before something happens. This is either about to sell off or break up massively. I'm not sure which. It doesn't look. I mean, there's not a lot of calls after 4280. Like, call interest falls off a lot. It's more in the money calls selling off there. 4275 puts coming in. I I doubt they're sold. Even if sold off, how low do you think is a reasonable expectation? I'd be surprised if we filled the gap today. Oh, it's breaking up. Fuck this, I'm out, have fun. You know you could always just buy a call when it bounces, right? Why do people have such a strong, like, resistance to just buying the trend? That's fair. Because they don't trust it? Well, that's fair. But that's what stop losses are for, right? Some of us can't day trade small ports without PDT worries. Hmm. Don't use margin? I mean, the answer to that is don't use margin or just, like, don't play directional plays until you have more money. I'm sorry, guys. I should have let you know I was aiming for the downside gap. Gaps never fill when I position for them. There's no gap on ES. Rejoice, bulls, for MOASS is upon us. Bears, repent for your sins, and pray that Lady VWAP take pity on your souls. Hashtag, I'm not approved for options, and I have no idea why this irrational market is going VUP. VUP until long, and we'll take it. Up. What? Do you see this reversing by the end of the month? I mean, Yellen starts selling treasuries next week. Hmm. 2 days of pump, usually. Hmm. Apple recovered. Although that kind of looks bearish. The indexes are way outpacing the the increase of their components. She has an auction right now, Rug Pull-Epotamus, but they're very short-dated securities. It ends at 11:30. Starts at 11, ends at 11:30. They still have to like announce and then hold auctions, right? So the auctions generally occur over, a specified time period. So it's not like she's just gonna dump all the treasuries at once. And a lot over a very short period of time, but not all of them at once. At this point, everyone should know that the market can stay irrational longer than we can stay solvent. So no reason to full port on your feelings, because even if you're right, you're wrong. Yep. Nobody should be full porting anything, least of all fucking zero DTEs. They are, if you are trading them, you need to set tight stops. Or, your max risk is premium paid, right? What about 90 DTE asking for a friend? 90 DTE what? Gork, you boofed my milestone. I'm sorry. Hey, favorite badge. I finally made it to you. Precious Lady VBOP. Engage thy divine and tasteful thick thrusters to initiate a sell-off strong enough to blast the shirt right off those pickles tits and send us to Valhalla. All right. Well, I will say you used it wisely. One second. Win full bull song? Not yet. That's interesting. Why is Dow up so much today? No, it's fucking Amazon. They've been delivering a package like every 15 minutes for the last week. Will TGA action be fast or controlled downward pressure? It should be fairly controlled, but consistent. There might be some momentum on the initial, like the initial part of the securities offerings, but it's probably going to continue for a while, right? I bought a call will go down now. I don't know about that. I think this might pull back, but if it doesn't pull back enough, it's just gonna encourage more call buying, right? So it like broke up from the trend a little on that volume, and then that failed, and then it's retesting now. If this fails, then we're looking for like 4270 to fail. 4270 fails, that starts to put a lot of calls out of the money, but it would need to fail very hard. And right now, it kind of just looks like a continued grind up. Apple's and Nvidia are slipping a little bit, which is possibly a positive sign. Nasdaq is losing a bit of footing here, but S&P still being propped up a little bit by oil. Yeah, so actually, NQ's actually failing. The important level here, though, is still going to be 14.5. Where is it? Right there. And then it could find support here. Yep. Sorry. Yeah, it should be working now. When you said small port should avoid directional plays, do you mean they should just play neutrals like condors? Yeah, or fixed risk like spreads. Um, if you're gonna trade options with a small port, those are both better than attempting to just YOLO in a direction, right? if you're gonna day trade zero DTs on SPX, regardless of, you know, how punishing it is to have tight stops, you need to fix your risk, right? Like you need to determine what your risk is going to be. You need to set your stop there, and you need to not fucking move it. And you know, if you're right and it moves in your direction, you take profit. If you're wrong and it moves against you, then you stop out immediately. But you can't like play fast and loose with zero DTEs. And you guys have seen me like 100 times average down zero DTEs like $10,000 before they print, just a little bit for me to break even, right? That's not like a strategy you should be trying to do in a small portfolio. I did exactly that. I made 90% on a zero DT call today to offset my long put loss. Thanks for what you do. Nice, man. If you ban Pyrex, I'm changing my name to PyFi just to make the mistagging situation worse. I'm not gonna ban Pyrex. Monkey see, monkey do. But I mean, you could just do like short put condors, because the market's like most days it doesn't close flat, right? You can just do like short put or short call like butterflies or condors, right? And as long as the market moves, you make money. Like, sure, you don't make, you know, 1,500% or whatever, but like you also, you know, you just make money instead of losing it. Making money is always better than losing money. With puts so cheap and call profitability dropping, why aren't institutions trying to zero DTE drop the market in the opposite direction? Well, we're in a positive. We're above gamma neutral. It's very expensive to try to work against the market maker to drop the market, especially with so many calls on the chain. Big ETF inflows, yeah, there should be today. I mean, at least for Nvidia and like Upstart. Is that what you're talking about? Check DMs. What do you got? All right, all right. You average down your June positions or waiting till Monday? Hmm. I might buy some 4200s if we stay up here, just like at gamma neutral. I wonder if gamma neutral will move up today. It moved down after yesterday. It was weird. Yeah, I might just pick up some like 4200s or like 4225s. You cut your June 4100 and 4150? No. Should I? Probably, but no. Vix is about to re-enter middle school and get braces. What are love farts? I've been strangling fart out of the money zero DT on SPX for years now. I'm nearly poor and looking for a new box to live in. That doesn't sound right. Can you tell why Dish is up today and what to expect? I'm dumb and YOLO'd some 619.9Cs when they announced the Amazon stuff. And I'm trying to figure out when to take profits. Well, I don't know if they had any news today. Oh, Amazon's offering wireless services to Prime members, I guess was the announcement. So the partnership with Amazon driving prices up. Probably some shorts getting fucked. Or at least getting out. Could be fun. Upside resistances are looks like 827 and then 930, 1061, and then probably like 12 and 13. 131 basis points. That's ridiculous, right? Okay, that's an interesting entry. Hmm. 14, 6. No calls above 42.80. There's some, but not a lot. Like there's a little bit at 42.90 and a little bit at 4,300, but the majority of calls are at 4,270. They're already in the money. The next highest is 4,280, and then it falls off a bunch. If we end the day over 2710, this will be a 1-year high on the weekly. On what? Upstart? Can we get some call capitulation here? I mean, we are, but mostly in the money. So, I mean, that opens the downside up a lot more. But they can always kind of just catch the falling knife like they've been doing. So, yeah, I still wouldn't really be confident in any breakdown that didn't cross 4,250. Did anyone need shushing? Just me. 42,710 on SPY. Oh, okay. When gap closes at 42.84.42. 42.84.42. Okay. I I have a feeling that this is going to be kind of risky, but I think I want to buy this anyway. $42.54, 354. See if I can buy these for 50 cents. Hmm. Maybe it's worth it to buy them for more. I should have waited. All right. Hmm. Tesla's ripping hard today. Caterpillar is up 6%. On no news. Which makes me think sector shift. Kind of looks like sector shift. So definitely some rotation going on. What's up, Ornate? Conservatively, where were Yellen's arousing activities take us to? Very conservatively, like 3 to 6% over the entire period of her refilling or the TGA. If there's a rate hike thrown in there or a hot CPI print, 5 to 10. Today's news was not good. The reaction to the unemployment data is, I mean, not surprising, but there's no way that persists. Morning ending. So they finished pumping NASDAQ. If the sector's been shifted to IWM and Dow, does that mean it would further push up SPX? A little bit. S&P's... So S&P's probably the most stable of the indices, right? But if we are seeing sector shift, like a move from growth to value, the pump makes a lot of sense. Dow being up today is surprising. The manufacturing numbers were not healthy. ISM wasn't very good either yesterday. So the fact that Cat's up like 6% today on no news, I feel like is a kind of a big signal. I didn't tell you to full port into 4200 0 DTEs, Ben. You're gonna have to get extremely lucky. The way that'll persist looks back at the last 2 months. I mean, if you look back at the last 2 months, we've oscillated across like a fairly flat, like a fairly fixed point on SPX. Like volume hasn't really been trading to the upside. If you like fix VWAP at the end of like March, yeah, volume's pretty flat. Like price volatility is high because the market's illiquid, but the majority of our volume's all trading in one range. It's really not been super bullish or super bearish. This breakout has been arguably the most bullish breakout we've had, and it's on less volume than the prior 4, right? You're still thinking SPX 4,000 by the end of the quarter? No, by the end of the quarter, June. It could happen. I don't think. I think 4,000's pretty far away. A lot of other things would have to happen between now and then for us to hit it that fast. I do think that the convergence of the Treasury refilling the TGA, the rate decision, and CPI and PPI reports, and SLD over the next 2 weeks is probably our best shot at seeing downside from SLD through the OPEC settlement period. Darth Dan, thank you so much. 23 months, been some of the best times of my life. I found a group of friends, joined a cult called the Dans, found a husband. Yep, nothing could foul this day. Hope you're eating your veggies, love. Thanks, Darth. Yeah, I wouldn't get too excited that this is broken down. It's off to a good start, but be patient. This is what I'm looking at on NQ. Just if you guys are wondering. So I'm looking for support to be found on the bar, right? I've explained bars before, have I not? So, well, either that or it finds support here in the higher range, but I ideally we'll see it continue down like that. $3M up a casual 10%. Yeah, no big deal. Did NW full port fucking cat 0 TTs? That's on 818 420 spy puts. I've been DCAing. That doesn't seem bad. It's plenty of theta. Bars are where I go to find support. Do you see gamma ramp building up on Upstart? Shorts are definitely building up liquidity for some reason. Thanks. Shorts are drying up liquidity. No, I don't see a gamma ramp building on it. There's not a lot of call interest above 30. But you always YOLO cat 0 DTs on Fridays. Good thing it isn't my only port. What are some indicators that global supply chains are starting to fracture? Well, we have a lot of reshoring of industry, right? And it's creating a lot of political turmoil over the last oh, I mean, more so in the last 12 months. The US has been kind of directly attacking China's manufacturing power and their productivity by pulling back chip sales. China's big growth spurt doesn't look so hot, which is leading to lower production in their manufacturing, and their manufacturing sector as a whole is contracting, which is going to weigh heavily on their GDP and exports over probably the next several months before it turns around. After the pandemic, a lot of companies are trying to move their supply chains. Um, they found out that they were not as robust as they thought they were. And so they're, we're moving a lot of manufacturing to India. We're moving a lot of manufacturing back into the U.S. And in the interim, while all of that is shuffling around, it presents continued risk for supply shock. Is this due to banks borrowing $100 billion from Fed, pumping the market? When did banks borrow another $100 billion? Is there a price level on SPX where there are the most bag holders? Like, where are the bag holders that bought at higher prices willing to dump? I would say last August came pretty close to creating a lot of bag holders. The volume through August peak was pretty decent, and the downside was a surprise to many. Serious question, why does CBOE even offer SPX options past 1 DTE? Hmm. So shift to value. Hmm. August people are about made whole. Pretty close. After SVB failed, the Fed created an emergency lending program. Yeah, I'm aware of that, but the liquidity from that was largely used up at the end of the end of March, and since then, the Fed like discount window has been closing. So yes, initially, but no, not right now. If anything, I would suspect that we'd see like a drawdown in like on RRP for the last 2 days. We like to look at charts of the market going up before going down, but we forget that during those times there are millions of stampeding regards shouting new normal in unison as well. Fucking every bump that we've had for the last 6 months, everyone said it's the new bull market. I almost got baited into it in Feb. I mean, the data at one point was looking really good. What's interesting is that like the data that's come out since February has been negative, and it's been largely ignored. Buy opportunity coming up on SPX. Um, well, it looks like we're gonna fail another level here. Well, 4270 calls are still strong. So, really, still, I think no decent shot at significant downside unless that fails. Although the breakdown's been pretty consistent so far, so we'll see if it keeps up. Hmm. You know what's surprising, Dork? Is call profitability today is still slightly lower than it was on May 8th after the bounce. Yeah, why do you think VIX is tanking? I mean, I know, but all fucking gas, no brakes. Yeah, since Jan 10th, this is the second most profitable day to be holding calls. But you'd think it'd be just a little better than that. You definitely think it'd be better than May 8th. Although it is currently falling off, so. Oh, hello, NVIDIA. QQQ still on track. Slowly, though. Well, that's actually more accurate. Uh, These are just like, zero DTE plays. Does this remind you of the pre-COVID crash? A little bit. It's not as extreme. There's a lot of support at there's a lot of support at 37 or 30 or 4270. It still hasn't broken down enough to confirm downside. Cat is alive. Yeah, it looks like there's some sector rotation going on. There's a lot of value being bought up right now. So this was the 2 months prior to the COVID crash. The market went up like 6% from its lows. It went from like 3,200 to almost 34. This period in particular was fucking nuts. Like from the beginning of Feb. And then it ended up beginning to crash during the, well, you had SLD, right, which started here. So the market peaked on SLD, and then crashed into OPEC settlement. And then, continued down into the, about SLD of March, into SLD of March, and then recovered. This is very similar to like what happened in October of last year. Can you show the volume? I don't think it has a volume this far back on maybe on a different time frame I would have it, but not on the 1 hour. Probably the daily. Yeah, you have volume on the daily. So yeah, volume spiked a little bit through this period. Like after this breakout was kind of a little bit lower. Volume peaked right around the sell-off in Feb, and then declined into the crash. As far as volume trends go, I mean, there's some similarities there, but that could be said about a lot of different points in time, right? I don't think that's really, I don't think that really confirms anything. Interesting. So ES broke out there, but QQQ didn't. QQQ did a little bit, but not much. Hmm. Another pump? Yeah, there's some calls. Mostly ES, I would say. Thanks, Molly. Can you please overlay the pre-COVID price action over the current price action? I guess I could. Give me a second. Uh, oh, this is a bitch. In relation to where we were for... Okay, so that's... Okay. Hold on, I'm just getting it lined up. Is that the same scale? Yeah. Okay. Maybe I shouldn't do that. Um... That's very bias confirming. Good morning, Trash. No, I'm not moving them a little to the left. They're lined up to the hour. Yeah, that's 60 days into the COVID crash. And they're scaled to the same proportion. Well, if we were gonna track this perfectly, then we would have more downs soon. I mean, it's not gonna work the same exact way twice, right? Like, doing this is always just stupid and bias confirming. But yeah, yeah, sure, there's similarities over the last 30 trading days. Are they making you compare charts to confirm bias? Yeah. Isn't this always what happens in markets? They pump enough before it crashes, so most bears capitulate. Then when it's finally time to drop, make both sides look dumb and pay out the least people. Yep. Nothing but bag holders as far as the eye can see. This is dumb. Don't confirm their black swan event biases. It doesn't even make sense. That was an actual catalyst. I agree. Tell me my 818, 420 are gonna go so hard in the money it'll make my great grandkids rich. What do you have, like 5 of them? Like, what the fuck, man? You might maybe like a used Civic. There's like 4 possible catalysts on the horizon. Yeah, there are. In 4 weeks, we can confirm a recession. Hey man, I have 6 of them. Okay. All right. Vix has been murdered in front of its wife and children. They'll change the definition again. That'd be hard. Like, technically, our GDP over the entirety of those 2 quarters never fully dipped into a recessionary period, right? So they were, while they didn't want the knee-jerk reaction to it, by the end of that quarter, GDP had gone up, right? So the recession was never actually confirmed based on 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP. So, yeah, they used a technicality, but it's still technically correct. Nothing gets the ladies going like a well-priced and reliable family vehicle. So you're saying I should pick up all of my Tinder dates in a minivan? Like a Sienna? Is this why JFresh has so many kids? You don't even, yeah, you don't even need to get like a hotel room or anything. No, no, you should not. Think I'll attract the wrong kind of ladies, Jen Jen. It's not an SPX channel, but what the fuck am I gonna do with GME trading at $24 for 3 weeks? It's just a stock market channel, all of it. Nobody wants to watch fucking. I own GME. I own shitloads of it. I don't want to watch it at all. I don't want to look at its chart really for the next like 7 to 8 months. That's fair, halitosis. Odyssey rides rough in comparison to the Sienna. Yeah, well, some people like a rough ride. Start a second channel where you just stream the GME chart all day with no commentary and see how many viewers you get. Dear God. I'll let him know, Jonathan. It makes sense for MMs to go for the gap later in the day. Is that fair to say? I mean, the MMs aren't going to go anywhere as long as they have a giant fat pile of 4270 calls to hedge. I think you guys are overestimating the market maker's influence in controlling the price of SPX. They're not. This isn't GME. They're not going to take that kind of risk. These are billions and billions of dollars sometimes per dollar move, right? No one's taking on any additional risk. It's not like GME zero DTEs where we're like we're not going to fucking hedge those because fuck them. You don't stay properly hedged on SPX, and Wells Fargo decides to sell 100,000 futures contracts and your fucking firm just blew up. It seems like we're following yesterday's pattern. Positioning's a lot different than it was yesterday. We opened with calls in the money. Call volume didn't really increase substantially. Those calls are still in the money. Yesterday was drastically different. The morning sell-off is generally due to the zero DTEs that expired the prior day, right? And the market maker shedding the hedge on those, since the number of them was insane. You see downwardish chop due to Yellen until SLD and JPOW. I don't know how fast she's going to refill the TGA. If she does it quickly, it could have very immediate effects. And that's up to the people bidding, right? Are you looking at aping into T, or does this Amazon Dish deal change things for you? I mean, even with Amazon's potential growth, like Dish still has a lot of problem, or like with the growth from Amazon, Dish still has a lot of problems. Their 5G network is not fully rolled out. So yeah, it's that deal isn't gonna make them surpass AT&T. AT&T still projected to have like 48.3 billion in cash flow this year. They have a lot of debt, but I think their new CEO's getting the hang of things. Also, the dividend's fucking awesome. AT&T own most towers still. I think they own. I think they're a little less than T-Mobile now, well, since the Sprint T-Mobile merger. But I do think they have more than Verizon. Yeah, but Verizon's like AT&T's have been expanding their network. Yeah, I think they have more, like they own more of the towers. That doesn't mean they don't lease those towers to Verizon, right? But like more of the infrastructure. That's why their debt's so fucking high. Um what toe thing? Are you bullish midterm? No, because this looks like sector shift. Maybe if Dow cools off a little bit, but not really. I mean, I'll play the upside intraday. There's just not a lot of upside to play now. I had some calls earlier. Is AT&T still your favorite US telecom? No. They're not my favorite at all. I just think they're cheap and they have a good dividend. Also, cover calls on it, not so bad. What price does SPX have to rise to for you to question your thesis of a correction? And my thesis of a correction has nothing to do with the price of SPX. I think that's where people get fucked up. The price of the market is irrelevant. I don't know what you're talking about, Jimmy D. OPEC Plus won't hesitate to take decision to stabilize the market, Iraq. Hmm. How do you factor the fact that most funds are long only into your bear thesis? I don't think you need to factor it in. Most funds are 60-40, but that's the hedge, right? Last I checked, Verizon uses CDMA and it allows for further distance in towers. I really don't care about the distance in towers. I care about AT&T's cash flows and them meeting expectations over the next 2 years. The Discord is an absolute mess right now. It usually is. Sell off into end of day. I don't know if 4270 breaks down. It hasn't yet. Hmm. I mean, the only telecom I own is AT&T. So 4270 calls is the level to watch. Yeah. Chill, thanks. Calls on VIX. This is mental. You could. I don't particularly like playing calls on VIX. I'd rather just play like out of the money puts on SPX. But yeah, I mean, calls on VIX when it's at its lows usually isn't bad. Why is VIX going up on the rising market again? Closing short puts? Fraud. Sent you auction info. Oh, cool. What do we got? Upcoming auctions 6.5. Offering amount 65 and 58 billion. Yeah, so I know those were the ones that were reported yesterday. They scheduled one for today at 11 too, though. Hmm. Interesting. Shilling tea? I mean, I'm not. I just own it. If someone in the know expected a massive blue chip bond selling event, would HYG be the ticker to buy calls on? Yes. Well, one of them. There's a few corporate bond ETFs. If they're blue chip bonds, I mean HYG is high yield. So yeah, updated the 13 and 26 week auctions for Monday, selling 58 and 65. I saw he DM'd me. Ugh. What tends to be more profitable, averaging down or buying new closer to the money options? It depends on theta. If you don't have a lot of theta, then it's better to buy closer to the money. If you have a decent amount of theta, then it can be better to average down. On SPX, it also depends on VIX. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. QQQ getting rejected a little. It should still be realizing upside though, right? Well, I guess not. Although I don't trust that shit at all. That's interesting. Hmm. Is there any data on Monday? Yeah, global services PMI, ISM services PMI, factory orders, 3 and 6 month bill auctions. China's balance of trade on Tuesday. US balance of trade on Wednesday. Are you familiar with Polygon live options data? Yes. They sell options data on an API feed. What should I look for in live options data from a vendor? Shit, I can't remember the. And first of all, you want to make sure it's real time, which I'm not sure Polygon really is. Well, and if it is, I'm not sure you'd have the back end to support it. But Fuck. I'm trying to remember. There was a problem with Polygon when we looked into them. Their API is weird, but there was something else. They're relatively cheap, I think. Yeah, you want to make sure that they provide the Greeks. The Bulls have two choices here, as I don't think this will hold until end of day. One, build a call ramp and peg futures again, or start selling off the 4270s. Well, they're not going to build a call ramp till calls are cheaper. US credit still on watch, says Fitch. Do it, Fitch ratings. Surprise downgrade? That'd be cool. 2-year about to hit 4.5. 20-year above 4. I think the 2-year hit 4.5 earlier today, didn't it? Or was it like 4.47? Yeah, you don't want the number of calls to be prohibitive. You want to make sure that, I mean, ideally you'd want them uncapped. Because you have to make multiple calls for each ticker, right? Each tick and each ticker. As far as like OI data goes, you really only need it once a day though, because you're not going to be paying for live OI. Like you're not going to get that unless you're a market maker. That's 10,000 or more a month, plus back end and support staff. Thoughts on HBM PT cut? I like the stock as I want copper exposure for upcoming super cycle. I mean, commodity super cycle is still a maybe. You need a recession, right? But they missed last earnings. I don't really care about their earnings misses. I don't think it was that bad. I looked at it when it was reported. Yeah, I mean, the EPS miss seems big, but it really wasn't. And then the revenue miss is largely due to the declining price of copper, right, over the last like quarter and a half. I mean, I still own HBM for all the reasons that I bought HBM initially. All right, NQ slowly rejecting here. Feel like I should start setting stops on the video at some point. VIX picking back up. Spread there is stupid. $52, June 7th. 16. It's doing that thing again where VIX goes up on the market going up. No problem, Moonman. If you DM me, I can give you some more information. But I don't do the back end stuff personally, so I'm not entirely sure what the problems were, like all of the problems were that we ran into with Polygon. But I remember there being enough of them that it was an issue. I've been looking at telecom for a value buy. It's basically VZ or T, with the primary risk being the dividend if sustainable. Any insight on preference? I assume T. Have I done a lot of write-ups on Verizon? Verizon's really cheap right now too. I mean, I just don't think it's that undervalued. I feel like T's a little more undervalued. They're both probably fairly equal. I think Verizon's a little better on the debt side, but their cash flows aren't as good. How many of the 4280 are sold? I don't know. Moving up here. I mean, yeah, there's still not a lot of calls above 4280. I think the biggest worry here would be, well, for upside. I guess it's not a worry. But to play the upside right now, calls are still pretty expensive. So maybe later in the day we start to see the 4290, 4300 strikes move up. But right now I think they're just like a little pricey. And VIX rising here is, well, interesting. I mean, as when I looked into it, AT&T's dividend seems sustainable for the next year or so. So at this point, that's about 8 more months. I haven't really reassessed since then. You could split your holdings if you can't make a decision, like Hal and Schlumberger, right? Are you getting ready for a dump like yesterday? It feels like that. Possibly. But if we get one, it's going to be driven by futures, not by SPX options, which makes it less certain. And NASDAQ's reversing bullishly. Although maybe not. Interesting. So Nasdaq's trying to retest 4,600, 14,600. So by retesting 4,280. Nvidia's not moving up. What is? No. Google's doing okay. Apple's doing alright. Tesla, lower high. Meta? No. Microsoft. Microsoft at Google and Netflix? Nvidia down for the day. That's weird. DDS up $16.67. There is no DDS DD. It's probably the offering for Nvidia. Maybe. VIX is getting spicier. I should probably put a stop on these. Hmm. Okay, 1 second. too many bears going back to all-time highs. I would argue that there's no bears. Found some sellers. Hmm. I'm not playing Diablo. Nvidia's still selling off. Weird, right? Hmm. Hey, Gurk, my ear is clogged. It's driving me crazy. I thought I should let you know. Did you get, like, water in it? Seriously, what the fuck is going on with NVIDIA? Is QQQ dumping again? Oh, okay. This is actually super bearish. Do I have coffee? I don't know what the fuck happened. Have you tried clearing it out? Like saline or something? Can you squirt saline in your ears? Probably. Super bearish equals up, right? I mean, just the technical pattern is bearish. It's a bar and then it failed. Bars that fail usually predicate sell-offs. Because all the buyers that pushed into the second test, like most of them are underwater now, right? So the buyers from the first test and the second test are now underwater once you hit there. So if this actually breaks down, sometimes they find support, but it's rare. VIX is still moving pretty hard. My neighbor my neighbor just brought me over food, which was weird. because I've not had sexual relations with that woman. You guys are fucking disgusting. You're trusting food from the crazy cat lady? I mean, she has no reason to kill me. Right? No reason is what makes it crazy. Well, she also sends me gift baskets. Although she buys everybody on the floor gift baskets. So I don't really feel special with that one. You got a cat? Let me see. I don't know where he is. He's like in the other room. I'll send you a picture of him. There's a picture of him on the Discord. Okay. Yeah, I just realized that she's been able to listen in on every quant meeting that we've ever had. Hmm. Gift baskets for the floor, odd, but it sounds like she just needs people to like her. She has an absentee wealthy father. Oh, she's like 28, 27. Actually, they're not using any liquidity on GME today. GME's just in the worst index in the world. Why does VIX keep going up? Yeah, 4290 volume's increasing. 4285, not so much. But 4290 and 4300 are going up. Cool. Okay, a bunch of in the money calls selling off there. I think they're closing their in the money calls and their in the money, or their out of the money sold puts. I think that's why VIX is going up. Please tell me you're not hedging the upside this weekend if we close higher. I mean, the only reason I haven't blown up my portfolio at this point is because I've been buying long every day. So if I'm going to lose 60 grand on the long side of this, I think I'll be okay with it. I have a workman in my office putting my name on my door right now. I'm feeling pretty VIP. It doesn't take much. Jen, do you have a camera crew there? This is the kind of content we're looking for. You, lonely librarian, him, burly workman. Don't squander the opportunity. Are we writing fan fiction? Well, we need to get only librarians up and running because everyone blew up their portfolios. All right, 1 second. How are they planning to get it up and running if nobody has any money? Ad revenue. Nobody's commented on my comically large baby blue cup. I learned long ago this isn't the stream to play aloud in the office. What if we just crash into close? How cool would that be? My wife has the exact same one. It's freaking me out. Tell her I said thanks. It's really cool. Do you want us to say that you look like a big boy now, holding the cup all by yourself? No, I'm not into that. The biggest downside move I've seen on SPX into close was... Damn, there have been a few. I've seen like 200, 250 BPS happen, like into the end of the day. How realistic is 4,300 over the weekend today even? Well, we just had a shot at it right there, and it broke down, so less realistic. The workman is pressing on the sign repeatedly, so the door hits the doorstop over and over. He heard my comment, didn't he? That's called flirting, Jen Jen. He's letting you know that your door isn't the only thing he can jam. And yeah, that was a pun. I've decided to embrace the crazy Deepak Shakur. It's jam with a B, trash. It's got a silent B. You all like to imagine me lonely and desperate, don't you? It helps sell the brand. If the theory is correct and banks and institutions are propping this up to sell the top, then we're definitely going above 4,300 because the top lies beyond that. See, this shit's so easy. The top they want and the top they can get. Maybe two very different things. At least you're pegged to the dollar, guy who's bored. I'm no longer the only black person in my office. Is my job security no longer safe? Oh shit. I don't know. How racist are your employers? When is JPOW gonna sell all his shit? Fed's bullshit still has a long way to go. Yeah, I mean, probably for him, ideally never. You can't always get what you want, but if you spend $50 billion on calls, you can do whatever you want. True. Story of my life right there. I keep trying to explain the difference between the top I want and the top I get to my girlfriend, and she keeps getting mad. I thought communication was a good thing. It is. It fosters healthy discussion. The workman smelled like a damp towel. I need better motivation. Sounds like you need better workmen. Tell them you're gay too. Stay one step ahead. When will the Fed create the bottom that they have to ethically buy? I don't know. It's looking more and more like all at once. JPow's gonna pause rates and just crank up the QT to the nines. That's an expression, right? He's gonna be like, we're gonna pause rates, but we're also gonna shed $2 trillion in assets over the next 30 days. That'll teach the market a lesson. And make me chuckle. Hey, Gurk. You've showed us once again that your rugged handsomeness knows no bounds. As an aside, be sure to remind these plebs to do their manscaping on the boss's dime. Cheers. Yeah, you guys should be doing all your manscaping on the clock. Don't waste your free time. Brought to you by whatever the name of that razor blade company is that has ads everywhere. I tried. Moo Moo reached out to me. They want me to be a brand representative. I don't think they've ever watched the stream. What man am I escaping? Well, clearly not the workman. The toxic masculinity one? Sure. Is that Gillette? Thoughts on selling bear call spreads here for next week on SPX? Seems risky, don't you think? I don't know. How far out of the money are you thinking? Moo Moo is a shell company owned by BlackRock. So tell them yes. All right. Tell them you had a bad experience representing FTX. I don't even know what they do. Their proposals very limited in scope. It's kind of like, hey, you do finance stuff and people watch you. You want to sell our stuff to those people? When is the last time we had a 2% down day on SPX? It feels like forever. We had a 2% down 2 days last week. 43 290s? You're a greedy, greedy boy, aren't you? You're talking about the arms index, Rich? It's kind of been fucked up for a while, right? Because the only stocks that have been advancing are tech. Can you call us greedy boys into the mic real slow? Like, you're a greedy, greedy, greedy boy. Trash. Glutton. Here's a real unethical life pro tip. If you work in tech and need a new job, put Twitter on your resume. Because there's nobody that works there that can verify. Noted. The mortgage payment wasn't withdrawn yesterday or today. What do? Is it on auto pay? That's weird. Wait for it to be withdrawn? Find out why it wasn't? Why are the indexes outperforming their contents? Well, because someone has picked up the dog by the tail and they're swinging it around by it. These zero DTE pumps are making a mockery of this market. It was already a sham. This just exposes it more. Let's just say it's been a slow day at work, so things have gotten experimental in the scaping department. If you're thinking writing your name is a good idea, it's probably not. If you go to town for the weekend, are you having Cat Lady watch Grey Fresh? No? He wrote Ruggedly Handsome. Who did? Yeah, you don't get a free house if your lender goes bankrupt. You might get out of a payment or two. I like your crash into close idea. Me too. That's what I want to see most. Are the calls selling off? No. Well, that's not entirely true. The 280 has dropped. And the 270. But the 4300 has gone up. We aren't crashing into close, and you're a shell. Fair enough. Do you think the SPX pump is related to the debt ceiling resolution? It seems way overbought. No. Good excuse, I guess. You still see Yellen dumping treasuries next week? It's already scheduled for Monday and Tuesday. Is there anything that can actually crash this irrational market at this point? Yeah, everyone's selling simultaneously. Hmm. That selling better drop us 5 to 10% Monday and Tuesday. Unlikely. Is $1 trillion a lot of money? Yes. I hope the day's been decent for you. I've been in meetings. Thoughts on potentially seeing 4100 or lower next week? Let's see. She's doing about a little over 110 billion in issuances on Monday and Tuesday. I don't know if she's gonna schedule any more for later in the week. Let me see what Poopy Pants wrote. Yeah, there's another one scheduled for 6/8 two more scheduled on 6/8. I don't know how much those are going to be yet. You know, Poopy Pants, when you send me screenshots from your phone, you don't need to leave the stream open in the bottom. I know you're watching. Will they buy if the rates are going up? I mean, that's how rates go up. What is a conspiracy you do believe in? I believe that Left Eye Lopez was assassinated by Beyonce Knowles. Um, and I believe that comedian guy killed his wife. I can't remember his name. Patton Oswalt. The other black guy came into my office and said hi. He's checking out my office to see what he will change. This 200K challenge needs to speed up quick. Oh, you're fucked. They've already promised him your office. Did you hear the Left Eye one or come up with it yourself? It's my own theory. I'm working on proving it. It's taken some time to gather any evidence whatsoever. Hmm. What are you on about, Lawrence? Isn't Zom up today? I believe that the composite man is actually a woman with a juicy caboose. Juice caboose. That could be true. Don't go chasing waterfalls. Jason? I told myself to never play SQQQ anymore. Why shouldn't I buy July at the money here? Because you could lose all your money. Again. I said you haven't gathered the evidence of your theory mainly because you've been streaming. I'm not gonna lie, I wasn't working on it really hard before the stream, but it was something that I did plan on dedicating a lot of time to. I identify as black. I'm coming for that desk. That's not how that works. All right, but Did we MOASS? No. Okay, cool. I hope everyone has a great weekend. You too, Tim. Can you tell at me like you did yesterday? We started falling after that. You know, I've decided to embrace the crazy as of this morning. Has Biden not signed the bill? Biden's going to veto it because they took away his student loan forgiveness. I'll laugh my ass off if Biden vetoes the bill, causes a U.S. debt default, and then dies in office. I'm not going to lie. That would be some fucking funny shit. Kirk Dupoles. Girk, it's happening. The legendary pattern is forming. The majestic head and shoulders with four girthy legs of downside. I present to you the centaur drop. Send me a drawing. What's the left eye theory? So, at the time, TLC was the by far the most popular uh female black pop group. Um and Destiny's Child was looking for their space in a market uh that was dominated by TLC. And the record labels liked Beyonce because she appealed to a wider audience. And so they told her what she had to do. Rip left eye. I said wider. Like this. No, no, I'm not into flat earth theory. Flat Mars? So it's like a coin? Do you agree that birds aren't real? No. Where are you going, Vix? You know, Vix is behaving very erratically today. Market down, Vix down. This is... Are we crashing right now? Is this pre-crashing? What the fuck is going on? It's insanely rational. No, it's not. Call selling? No, I wouldn't do it. In the money call selling? Is this because of the Diablo 4 release? Maybe. The VIX guy is not pressing the right buttons today. Because he's busy playing D4. Did you just say the C word? I don't know, probably. Which C word? Now for the second shoulder of the centaur, and then we can start legging it down to glory. Thanks to the financial advice of getting 4,200 zero DTEs. Do people actually own those, or is this a joke? Crash, bro. Well, I mean, look what the fuck is going on. The market's tanking and VIX is falling off a cliff. What shaky Nvidia news? If the market crashes this week, I will actually get a Pi-Fi tattoo. Don't do that. Sorry, I bought a few VIX calls. I just want you to know that I think in my head, I love you multiple times a day while watching the stream. Alright. That's not the worst thing someone's told me they do while watching the stream, so thanks for that, Milkman D. Stop saying crash. Every time you say that, someone full ports into zero DTE puts. Nah. I'm gonna do it right on my juice caboose. Please, yes, please crash it. Someone does the title of the daily DD? What? No? Me? I write it. Since you're a centaur, if someone wants to go for a ride, do you prefer a saddle or just some talcum powder to prevent chafing? Actually, you know, talcum powder doesn't work nearly as well as Astroglide. If I nominate you to replace JPAL, will you pledge to delist the SPX? How are you in a position to nominate me for that? I have a fantasy where I dance for you as you throw pickle scented dollars onto me. Okay. It went down $4. 5 almost. I said VIX was tanking, not the market. Did I? Yeah. No matter the day, Chad always seems to be on something. Thanks for sharing your knowledge day in and day out. Thanks, Nuns with Guns. VIX now follows the market. Yeah, it's interesting. They've become highly correlated in the last 5 minutes. You owe me an orange Fanta? Best I can do is Sunkissed. Or Haritos? Mandarin? That's actually the best orange soda. You Sunkissed unsubbed. I'm not going to give away my good orange soda. Roll the R and Jarritos. Hmm. Yes, verily. Maybe someone betting big on a pullback next week and bounce after. Sells 630 puts, buy 616s. Could. Tamarind. Hmm. I don't think I've ever had that one. You haven't lived until you've had purple soda. Welch's grape soda is the best. Even the foam is purple. But it's got real sugar, Kevin, instead of high fructose corn syrup. Now you're rolling R's? Is there anything you can't do? I'm genetically predisposed to rolling R's. I'm Italian. Italians are not Persian. I'm not Persian. Who was it that decided that I was going to be Persian? The Sultan. uh, I hate this fucking market. I'm not from Iran. I really shouldn't pronounce the name of that country correctly. It's not helping my case. Who was the first one to say Gork? Oh, I don't remember. You would definitely call it Iran if you weren't Persian. Oh, my dad wasn't Persian. My mom's not Persian. None of my other family members are Persian. Immaculate Centaur Conception. Ah, fuck. I'm not Persian. I don't have any access to Sands of Time, and I'm not a centaur. Also, centaurs aren't Persian. You know what? Whatever. Don't be racist towards Persian centaurs. It started back when you told us Ahmadinejad was all in on Cat. I don't know Jake Gyllenhaal. Yes, he is, Randall. It started because of your irrational hatred toward any gathering of 300 Greek people. I don't have an irrational hatred of gatherings of 300 Greek people. I want to ask you, how accurate is WeBull's information of shorts to cover? For DDS, it looks like there's 25 million shares to cover in less than 2 weeks. This should be added to the secret DDS DD. I have no idea how accurate their information is on DDS. There is no secret DDS DD Space Monkey. I'd like to take this opportunity to decline to apologize for reintroducing the Gherk as the Centaur topic to chat. It will all be worth it after the discussion manifests the second shoulder plus drop. Greek gatherings make Windex calls go burr. Oh. I see what Vix is doing. VIX up, market up, Nvidia down, GME up. It's a carnival. It's a goddamn carnival. Goldman Sachs is up 2% today. Dillard's is up 6%. Caterpillar is up almost 8%. 3M is up like 10%. What's Visa doing? Visa's not like ripping to the moon. AMD's down. But Google, Amazon, and Apple are all up. Nvidia, the only stock not getting short covered because all the shorts are already dead. Express is up. Oh shit, yeah it is. So's Bobby Q. Rig, wheat, snap. Affirm is up 8%, but Upstart is only up 1%. Hmm. Dole is down. Are we seeing market-wide short covering? I don't know, maybe. The heat map looks like it's been buried into the iceberg that was struck by the Titanic. Ugh. Why would shorts cover prior to downs? Recalls? If you're selling equities, you need to do what to sell them? Come on. You know the answer. Yes, well, yes, you... No. Is the market graduating clown college and going for its master's degree? Ugh. Locate a fake share. What's ES1 looking like? This. It didn't like the resistance, so it ran away from it, and now it's going to try again. Ugh. I'm getting very tired. Buy calls, recall shares, sell calls, buy puts, sell shares, sell puts. Why not buy protective puts, sell shares by exercising protective puts? You think Jimmy will get past $25 next week? Not really. Is earnings next week? Maybe for earnings. Or is it the week after? Maybe for earnings. Man, the NVIDIA 500's falling off a cliff. So's the VIX. Yeah. Yeah, it is. There's nothing more bullish than the VIX dropping on volumetric downside. There's so far to go, though. And we only have 2 hours. You know what's really falling off a cliff is NASDAQ. Rip in peace. Thank you, Eston Bond. Oh, that was just walking again, wasn't it? Looks like they're giving up on the idea of 4,300 and 4,290. They have not given up on 4,270 yet, though. Not even a little. End of day, SPX 4200, VIX 12. I'm going to be very interested in JFresh's VIX SPX chart tonight. Wait, F. Not again. Oh no. They tried to kill me, but I'm back. Hey, it's me. Did VIX do this before COVID? It did some weird shit. Anyone else get an IBKR market data connection lost? Hmm. I mean, no, I just think most of them are walking. Everyone's internet dropped. Weird. Yeah, that was strange. We're getting ready for the new normal. VIX was lower in 2021. It hit 410 in June. You don't need volatility if the market only moves in one direction. Oh, great. Now I don't have 1 minute. Okay, there they are. They're back. 1410. Sorry. VXN killing NVIDIA puts like VIX? I don't know, I had some NVIDIA puts earlier that did pretty well. I think they got stopped out, but they did alright. What the fuck is happening? The video is actually dying today. All right, you know what? SPX can stay at 4270 if Nvidia goes to 100. I'm okay with that outcome. That's called negotiating. It comes after denial, before acceptance. Full port June Nvidia 100p. Got it. How long will it take for all the pension and mutual funds to load up the bags so this market can die? I think part of the problem is they don't want to load their bags too full. That's an elephant foot. The stream brought to you by Trader Joe's Green Tea. Just enough caffeine to get through the rest of the trading day. A shilling mom, Girk is shilling again. I don't think my neighbor is an OnlyFans employee. Although maybe. Back in the day, many moons ago, you looked at the VIX 3-minute looked at the VIX 3-month VIX spread, but it looks like it was measured as a percentage. That would mean from a specific time frame. What time frames do you use? I don't remember. I remember doing it, but I don't remember what time frame I used. Daily? I think it was on the daily. I look at it every once in a while. I mean, not often, but once in a while. Why are you doing TA on the VIX? Okay. Hmm. curious. So to have our first real red weekly candle on Nvidia in like 7 to 9 weeks. Let's get this snowball rolling downhill and close next week lower than this one. Hope so. We'll see if it stays down. Nasdaq's not performing as well as S&P today. Not by a long shot. It did, however, find support at 14.5 again, which is irritating. Are you still holding your SPX 616 puts? Yep. I'm driving to New York State in a couple of weeks. I'll be in Niagara Falls, both US and Canadian side. Any recommendations? I've never been there. Well, that's not true. I was there when I was like 5. That's like another country. Feel like I should just sell my GME finally, break even. I always make the mistake of holding when I'm up. Any thoughts on upcoming earnings? I think they'll probably miss on revenues. They might beat on EPS and they'll stay cash flow positive. Whoever's going to Niagara Falls, the Brazilian steakhouse on the Canada side is one of the best I've ever had. Okay, there you go. Hey, Gurk, planning a family trip to Mogadishu. Any recommendations? A security detail? And a will. Yeah, the State Department recommends you draft your will in advance. They said Mogadishu, not Chicago, Kenny. On, on local security detail, yeah. Tell us the story of little COVID puts that could. I mean, they did. You'll get over it, Rocket Randall Hood. Or you won't. I don't really care either way. State Department also recommends you designate contact info for a hostage negotiator. Huh. How does one find or contract a hostage negotiator? Thoughts on June 30th, 4200p. They're super cheap now. I know they are. I bought some June 16th 4200p's. Those were even cheaper. I listed you as a hostage negotiator. Oh, you're fucked. The write-up on the State Department is quite a read. Yeah, it's interesting. It's chill if I die. Okay, I'll be sure to let your kidnappers know that. Thoughts on Starbucks? Haven't looked at it in a bit. Has it done anything interesting lately? Nice little bounce today, but I don't know how reliable that is. That might just be part of this like sector shift we're seeing. Russell's up 3% today. It's fucking nuts. All this money going into value and none of it into GME. What? Yeah, R2K is up 305 BPS. Could be a good long. I think Starbucks has a little bit of like negative beta also. And the market is doing some weird shit today. I'm a legitimate hostage negotiator. I took the training but never did it. Well, it sounds like you have a desirable skill set. Tell him the Marriott Falls view has the best view on the Canadian side. Hmm. They have more than a little negative beta anytime I'm there. Oh boy. Still trying for 4,300, or are they giving up at all? I don't think they're still trying for 4,300. All the calls are still just stacked at 4,270 to 4,280. Nothing's really changed since this morning. Like, they've sold off and bought in and sold off and bought in, but everything kind of, yeah, everything kind of just looks the same as it did this morning. Ah, yes, hostage negotiation, the skill set every man develops after getting married. Huh. I thought that was just lying. Do corporate bonds raise a company's stock price? No. What do you mean? Like if their bonds go up? If student loan forgiveness doesn't pass, Starbucks stock is going to tank. Interesting. Have you backed off your Nvidia puts after that earnings? No. What do you think of the stock now? I still think it's a big piece of shit that's overvalued. Y'all okay? You know, if you find being married to a woman a hassle, you can marry a guy instead. It's way less hassle. You would just fight about different things though, right? Volatility at a specific strike, Bob. It's literally right there in the words. TGA end of day prediction 31 billion. Hmm. What if it's like 1? Is Fubo forming a cup and handle on the daily? Maybe. Did I hear you correctly when you said you would go long on the Russell 2K? No. I said it was up 300 BPS today. Yeah, but they're cool things to fight about. Like if you're grilling in your underwear, or if you have to wear a swimsuit to be quote unquote acceptable. Huh. What are the odds that the SPX goes to retreat all-time highs? Retest all-time highs? You don't have to hire movers in a gay relationship. That's awfully presumptuous. Synthetic VIX was the real play all along. Oh, you mean the ETN? Might the Coinbase or Binance CEOs have a word or two for AI execs on how to handle this rapid overzealous sentiment inflating their industry, Donka. I mean, I'm sure that the executives of the higher interest AI companies are well aware of their overvaluation. I'm starting to think that we have more room to the upside. I don't know. The calls to the upside are still selling off. They've been selling off for like 15, 20 minutes now. The at the money ones are going up though. All the sold calls and puts on the chain, do most of them expire this week? No. Is there a possibility that the current market valuation of semis becomes the new base? Hmm. Hmm. No, I don't think it's sustainable yet. Maybe I could see it in the next like 5 years. If it were, it's kind of like trying to pour your foundation under the house you've already built. SLD is not next week. I don't know if this new, but apparently Yellen's selling an additional 100 billion on Monday, in addition to the 65 and 58. Okay, that I didn't hear. That brings us up to really at which auction? I think I think that is the 100 billion, the 65 and the 68. No, the 65 and the 58. IWM is up 3% today. It seems like they're sector shifting to small and mid caps. Is it going to help stabilize GME's price a little bit, or not really? GME is in the Russell 1000, not in the Russell 2000. There's 50 billion on the 4-4 day. I'm trying to confirm the other one. 6-4? 6-5. The only thing I've seen so far is 65 and 58 on scheduled for Monday's auctions. For the 13 and 26 weeks. Doesn't IWM going up mean we bullish on everything? Dow and IWM are both drastically outperforming SPX and NQ today, which implies sector shift, not bullishness. Bullishness is all of them going up in tandem fairly equivalently, right? Dow's up 222, Russell's up 310, and ES is up 150, and Nasdaq's down or up zero point 0.8 or 80. So that's not like that's not recovery, right? That's a sector shift, sector rotation. Well, I go into IWM because everything is already low there. Things are low there. There's also like a lot of cash flow in the R2K. It's not most smaller businesses, not all of them, but most smaller businesses don't have as bad a debt. Does the potential sector shift make QQQ puts more attractive? I think Nasdaq rocketing beyond every like the Nasdaq 100 rocketing beyond every other index, um, based on movement in stocks that are negatively exposed to all of the current macroeconomic conditions, makes them attractive. Not just the sector shift. GB finna rip dicks off once short selling is banned by Gary. Yeah, Gary Gensler's not going to ban short selling until after a market crash. If he bans it, which the SEC has explicitly stated like 30 times that they're not going to do. Well, at least one time in a conference, and then one other time in a statement to the press. Has there ever been a time after a debt crisis resolution, i.e., 2011, the market didn't go down? Hmm, no. Well, we haven't always been at the ceiling when the ceiling's been raised. So, I read about this a couple days ago too. Yeah, there've been a few where the TGA was already pretty well funded, but the debt ceiling was raised. But this close of the debt ceiling, getting pushed out already this year. Um, Issuances right off the bat are going to be a little more heavy. So yeah, I really just think it depends on the TGA balance at the time. Any new time frame for a market crash, or still next 12 months? Um, I I think there's a better chance of it in the near term than there is 6 months from now. Has everyone asked a question through Ko-Fi Band? No, just American Bandstand and walking. There's 50 billion auction of 44-day bills on 6/5. Okay, did they just add that to the schedule? NQ up 36% year to date is actually nuts. It's pretty fucking crazy. Hmm. Imagine being so desperate you have to pay to talk to someone rather than just not being a tool. What are you gonna do? Gherk DMs and stuff? What do you got, Atomic? Upcoming auctions. Okay, so they added a 44 day. So 13's 26 and 44. Thank you. So yeah, it looks like now 173 billion in auctions scheduled for Monday. 44 day, 13 week, and 26 week at 50, 65, and 58 billion, respectively. Thank you. Were they still selling puts at the beginning of the day? I think they've been selling puts all day. Like, fucking crazy. So that's why Cat's ripping? Yeah, I think so. White House spokeswoman Jean Pierre. U.S. Treasury market remains the safest in the world. I mean, even if it got downgraded, it would still be one of the safest in the world. SPX gonna ride into the sunset. No end of day dump. I don't know. It's fucking. It's only 250. If this is our last chance for romance, what are your thoughts on the selling coming next week? Market might open down on Monday. So we'll see what the performance of the auctions looks like. They're mostly near dated, right? So it's probably not going to be that impactful just yet. Still a lot of money, though. What? No, the auction takes place and then the settlement, so the securities are received on Wednesday. You don't pay on Wednesday. You pay at the auction. The transaction finalizes on Wednesday. What? 2 plus 2? Unreal. Hmm. Calls are cheap now. Why is no one buying them? Yeah, BT is having a pretty good day too. Nice bounce. I got the obligatory "you've been doing a great job in your position" email, letting me drop my heightened sense of awareness. Wendy's dumpster, here I come. I'm so sorry to hear that, Rims and Tims. Hey, so the auction earlier today sold 50 billion and 38 bills. Okay. So 213? No. 223. Yeah, I saw the auction for today. I didn't see how much they posted it like last minute yesterday. Hmm. What are yields looking like going into the weekend? So 5 years at 3.83, 2 years at 4.49, 30 years at 3.88, 20 years at 4.03 now. T-bill futures are down 70 BPS today. Get the Bandicoot out of your head. We're soft landing with some bumpy wind gusts. Thanks, Estonian Orchestra. Steeped Trader Joe's green tea correction? Oh, it's brewed. Brewed green tea. It's got malic acid in it. How much caffeine does it have? It's got quite a bit of potassium. Hmm. Can they zero DT pump through actual selling? No. No, not at all. You guys have seen what happens when they sell into the zero DTE pumps. If I buy an actual T-bill bond with plans to hold to expiry, do I buy now or wait? I mean, you can wait for yields to go higher. I bought one lottery ticket, 4230p. I'm ready for VIX and SPX to drop 1,000 BPS simultaneously before close. That'd be so cool. I mean, we could see a sell-off into close today because the auction's on Monday. But I don't think it's gonna be that big. A 100 BPS would even be crazy. 1 second, I'll be right back. What are your thoughts on hard landing, soft landing, no landing? I think hard landing is probably most likely. Macro conditions aren't getting better. Everything's wildly overvalued. And keeps rising. So, the outcome of that in a boom bust cycle is a bust, right? How bearish are you on China? Near term, moderately. Like over the next 6 to 12 months, pretty bearish. China has a big problem with U.S. interest rates increasing. How big? All of their banking system, which is already fucked because of their real estate market collapsing. This morning's auction had 1 day bills and 38-day bills. Sorry for talking about it so much. It took a minute to figure out. Okay. 1 second. So they still haven't sold any duration yet, right? Yeah, it looks like 1 and 38. Where are you getting the total though for that for today's? Oh, okay. Offering amount 50 billion, currently outstanding 150 154 billion on the 38-day bill. But that's not the 1 day. Do you have the 1 day? You have to dig for them based on the QSIP? Bill 1 day 62. I'm not seeing the total amount on the sold on the 1 day. Do you have a PDF for the 1 day? Jesus Christ, our debt payments are about to explode. The housing market crumbles, buy about 10 rundown houses and hold them. Do minor remodeling, sell them later. My ex-boss 10x'd his investment doing that last time. Yeah, it's pretty easy. And the remodeling part can be a bitch, but if you assume 50 billion for each of the 6 auctions listed, 3 more next week and 3 the week of the 16th, they'll have done 523 billion between today and the 16th. All right. Yeah, I have the QSIP, I just can't. Yeah, I can't find the PDF for that one. Here's what's crazy to me: the ES, like ES for ES futures for 2020 March 2024 are 4309. ES1, like the current contract in front, is 4296. So ES is currently pricing in 0.35% growth between now and March of next year. Russell, oh, click on the results tab. PDF. Oh, okay, here we go. tendered subtotal 61 billion, accepted 15 billion. So it looks like they only did 15 billion at auction today on the 1-day bill at 5.145%. Well, they offered 61 billion, but they only between primary dealer, direct bidder, and indirect bidder, they did 14.9692 billion out of the 61.555 billion tendered. So yeah, when those are completed, you need to look at how much actually got sold, right? Like the 38 they tendered 170 billion with 50 billion accepted. I forgot about the 3-year, 9-year, 11-month notes and 29-year, 11-month bonds. The week of the 16th too. It'll be interesting. Gherk, if capital has been steadily flowing out of the markets for months now, how have we not realized any significant downside? The market's been supported largely with derivatives. I mean, all of our upside moves have been driven by derivatives heavily. I think Nvidia is a great example. Nvidia has like 1 million calls in the money right now. Over 1 million calls. Jimmy, Bobby, Nvidia, we've trained for this. We know what happens in the end. Yeah. $4,300 isn't an all-time high. Isn't the reason that institutions are synth longing to maintain upside exposure while they sell holdings? Yeah. But then if they close their synthetic longs, everything crashes, right? Would you close GME 20C for 616? Debating on possible assignment on waiting to buy back Monday. You're not likely to get assigned on a 616 this far from expiration. Unless you sold it at a really bad price. In which case, you could. I mean, your protection, I mean, you could roll it out. Someone is going to be left holding the bag then. Yeah. Uh, you know, discretionary funds, mutual funds, ETFs. They're the ones that always end up holding the bag. Pension funds, retail longs, people with retirements. Yeah. Bears are cooked, yo. Yeah, I've heard that a lot. That's why the bull market narrative is so important. I mean, the bull market narrative is just self-propagating, right? You don't need to do a lot to convince people stocks are going up besides make stocks go up. But look at the market breadth. Look at the, for all of you that are bullish, really. I mean, there's greater fool, yes, but greater fool doesn't last. Eventually you find a point where you don't have someone foolish enough to buy it for more, right? Then what? I mean, you guys have seen it on a micro scale on GME 15, 20 times. And now you're seeing it on a macro scale, and it's not a bull market, right? Inflation is on the rise. US debt is hitting all-time highs. Our debt to GDP ratio is about to get really fucking bad. GDP is declining. GDP is declining, unemployment is up, and inflation is rising. That's it, right? You don't need to make another case. You're not going to make one that trumps that. That's like the opposite of what JPOW wanted. Yeah. But he found out why Volcker was great and why he won't be. Hear me out. I don't care. I'm buying more forever until I die. I hear you. But the value of that won't necessarily increase by the time you die. But have you considered re? Yeah. Re runs out of gas real fast. Try it. See how long you can shout re into the wind. Come back, let me know your record. Are you telling me AI won't be worth 10 trillion a year? Sell CCs before or after earnings. Well, you get the IV bump before earnings, but you're selling into uncertainty, right? So that's the risk. Not even taking commodities into account. What? Because they're down? What happened the last time the markets were in this position? They crashed. With this high of inflation, AI might actually be worth 10 trillion a year. All right. Good argument. What's the ratio between 401k weekly or monthly donations and match the amount of leverage futures needed to prop it up? I don't know directly the ratio, but I know that both flows are somewhere around. So equity flows have been negative for the last 33, 34 weeks now, which means, net outflow in equities. CTA CTAs have been up around like 220 to 250 billion a week, and that's it's pretty close to 1 to the ratio and the net inflow side of equities. It's just the outflow from equities is greater than the inflow by about, well, it's varied. It's moved between about like 80 to 30 to 80 billion a week net outflow. Money markets have been net inflow for the last 26 weeks. What are the longest dated SPX puts that I have? July. Have I missed anything in the last month? Not really. Can you still put a permalink all over the stream for the de-risking 101 clip? So everyone stops panicking about their way out of the money puts. Well, I mean, first off, they already let them get way out of the money. So what's the point of panicking now? Yeah, it won't help. It never does. Someone accused me of actually begging people to hedge NVIDIA earnings, and still most people didn't. CTA, I've heard that a few times. What is that unacronymed? Commodities Trading Fund. Commodities Trading Advisor. CTF, CTA. Interchangeable. They manage futures strategies. They're basically futures traders, but some of them are like discretionary funds or systematic traders. Chief options strategist from Bullseye just said on Bloomberg, the VIX is down here filling a gap from 2020. What a time. That gap didn't fill in 2021 when the VIX was at $14.10. Are people looking at different VIXs or something? Hey Gurk, I hit 2 milestones this week. Wife gave birth in the car and I delivered. Jesus. And today I got margin called on my Upstart account, but still made profit. Okay. Well, nice. Congratulations on your first margin call. I hope it's one of few. And congratulations on birthing a baby. Or, well, helping to birth? Midwifing? Nice. This is really hammered home that the market doesn't give a fuck about anything besides making money. It cares a lot about protecting the money it's already made. I sold a 42.95, 43.05 bear call spread for June 16 last week when we tested 4,200. I'm still fairly confident it expires out of the money. I'm just wondering how you'd play it now. I'd probably have an at the money buy for a 42.95 call in place if the market were to drive higher. That's generally how I manage spreads that are at risk of going out of the money, is I just buy a call. That gives you like double upside leverage, right? And fills the spread. So if it crosses your spread and continues to go higher, right? Like your spread was just wrong, then you profit on the upside instead of netting a loss on the upside. With SPX, generally speaking, you get enough movement for that to be worthwhile. But yeah, you would buy a call and then you would set the stop like at I don't know, 5 to 10% from cost to entry. So then if it falls below your call again, you're out, and then you would just keep doing that. Probably not going to get a lot of chop at the 42.95 range. It's either going to break through 4,300 or fail, right? There actually is an advantage to selling those like non-psychological strikes because of that. Like, staying away from the XX25 and the XX50 and the XX-aught, right? And that the market is almost like SPX especially is almost always drawn towards more important psychological levels. So selling things like 42.95s, right? The chances of the market staying there are very low. This is actually pretty scary if you're a bear. If SPX opens above 4,300 on Monday, there will be little in the way of a full-on bull market becoming a reality. Really? Not the two giant JPM collars above 4,300? Even with a pullback from Janet. I just assume this is... The data print needs to be really bad to justify settling in a lower range. Which data print? All the data prints are already really bad. Fucking unemployment is up 0.3 month over month. Consumer price index is up 6 points above the Fed's projection. Core inflation was already running hot and entrenching. Consumer confidence is down. Michigan consumer sentiment's pointing towards higher inflation, which means higher rates for longer. The Fed's fucking all over the place between skip and raise and 2 more raises. Fed futures are already pricing in no rate decreases this year. Bonds are no longer pricing in rate decreases this year. What fucking bullish shit left is there? AI? Nvidia's like the only fucking stock in the Nasdaq, like S&P 10 that's down today. So clearly someone's rethinking the valuation of that. I mean, seriously though, give me something besides greater fool. What is there? If people in Michigan are still bearish, then I'm still bearish. They don't just survey people in Michigan. The study's done by the University of Michigan. Markets stay irrational, something, then get more theta. You guys are approaching like betting on a market crash like it's fucking zero DTEs on like an Elon tweet. Use some common sense. If you can't afford theta later, then buy it up front. And look at '08, right? Like, all of you fucking people have seen Big Short, right? They were sitting there with their dicks in their hands for a year and a half while, you know, banks were failing and the mortgage industry was collapsing around them and the market just stayed fine, right? That's the reaction of people with lots and lots of money to losing lots and lots of money, is to protect it for as long as possible. If the debt ceiling hadn't waited until the last minute and Yellen could ease into selling treasuries, could they keep this up much longer? No, because it's, you know, this is something Mr. Gold has talked about a lot too, and I don't think people understand this. There's a finite amount of money in existence. Yes, more can be printed, but right now it's finite. Unless more is printed, it is currently finite. And that money can only be allocated so many places. If you have money here, you know, and you move money here, say these are equities, and these are bonds, right? One will go down while the other goes up. They don't both just go up. What if you can artificially keep one high with zero DTs and strategic futures buying? You create more and more and more tail risk. Okay, so you're think about this, right? Just like with your own account. You sell a SPX 4100 put, right? For let's say 616. And then you buy SPX 0 DTEs for today. Oh, you already lost. Never mind. Not bullish, but maybe hidden bear. Seems so easy to prop and seems like it's lucrative. It's lucrative in the short term. If the market turns around, all those sold puts are sitting there, right? If they close those sold puts, then the leverage is gone. I mean, on RRP is liquid, so sure, yeah. But leverage already got haircut before. They'll just do it again if it's gonna put them at risk, right? Talking about tail risk to someone whose port is literally 100% risk. Fair enough. If we don't tank next week, do you think GME's IV will rocket? No. We get all this tail risk. Eventually it compounds and becomes unsustainable. In 2026, when interest rates have come back down, no. Compounds much, much faster than that. Also, interest rates aren't going to go anywhere. If they keep compounding it, they'll go up. No one wants to hold the bag. JFresh is right about that. But someone will have to hold the bag. Are we restricted to financial questions only? I don't think so. With VIX so low, would now be a good time to buy some SPX 1200,000 or 12,000s. I mean, it really doesn't matter what the VIX is. The problem with that contract is there's no liquidity. There are better volatility contracts if that's what you're interested in. Just look for shit with tons of Vega that's cheap. Probably a lot easier to sell those on the put side than it is to get rid of a call. Student debt holders sound like good bag holders. Ugh. We have two things sustaining the wealth in the US right now. Equities and housing value. One of those is going to fall. Probably both. I have to think student debt payments restarting will crush an entire generation of spenders. I mean, it'll definitely affect people's monthly budgets. It'll reduce consumer discretionary spending a lot. I just bought a new house. I'm sorry. I know you did. Did Google create a search engine for people to find out about the debt ceiling bill yet? I don't think so. The pump is failing. No. Post earnings is a PT on Genie of 12 to 15 still possible? Yeah. Jimmy is not worth $25 a share. It looks like they're building a cliff to jump from. Probably find out next week. I heard RC was going to buy a horse and MOASS. Please explain. What? We monetized land when we should have left it to be fought over. Oh yeah, because that system was so great. Hmm. Interesting. Next rate decision is expected 0.25 with a pause after. I'm telling you, if that's what we get, it'll be the death of every retail market bear. Just a big Thanos snap out of existence. Cool. Girk, why would Teddy Holdings LLC buy Bye Bye Baby and then give it to GME? I don't know. Why would they? Why are you asking me? Did they? Or is this just baseless fucking super stonk speculation? If there's no liquidity in the market, credit defaults are extreme, debt is all-time highs. Where's all the money? In on RRP and money markets? Like velocity, velocity's been dropping, right? So money's staying static. It's not moving around. And if the velocity increases, it's going to offset the decline that the Fed is trying to attempt in the total money supply, right? So the Fed's trying to reduce the total supply of money. But if the velocity of that money increases, then, that's going to increase inflation beyond their ability currently to control it. So the more the velocity picks up, the more inflation is going to remain a problem, which means the Fed's going to go higher for longer. Are you thinking of playing things into the weekend, Straddle? I mostly have July and September puts left. I'm not sure about hedging those this high. Um, depending on where they are on the chain, you can always sell shorter dated puts against them, and create bull put spreads. And that protects you from the upside a little bit. I mean, mostly it reduces your theta decay, right? They're straddling up here. Are you nuts? Do I have a choice? Yeah, I thought the same thing yesterday, and it worked out quite well. I was very happy that I did. I might scale the call side of the straddle a little bit just because we are so high, but I'm definitely going to still buy a straddle. The fuck is VIX doing? It's dishonored itself and it's committing seppuku. Disemboweling itself all over the chart. No, Sudoku's different. That's a puzzle. What expiration are you buying straddles at? Probably just 616. That's the most liquid expiration right now. Could the hedge for an overnight BCS technically be a BPS, or would a call be better? Um, that doesn't really hedge it. You just be creating a condor. Yeah, I mean a call is a call is. Uh, I guess that depends on the BPS. Like the BPS isn't probably going to cover your max risk, but yeah, a call is a better hedge. I'm starting getting slapped into close. No problem. Are you seeing a lot of far dated put buying? I really haven't gotten a chance to look today. One second. That's a bit odd. Let's see, 721. Looks like there's a lot of put buying going on today between 4250 and 4200. There's a lot of positive gamma at 4150. I don't know what the fuck that is. It's like 4050, 4125, 4140. Gamma's starting to flatten out to the downside. But I wouldn't say that there's a ton of put buying going on today. Although I don't really see a lot of call buying going on today either. The 4150 sold calls? Hold on, I gotta set up my straddle. Unfucking believable. Diablo's pretty cool. It was pretty fun. We turned around in October because calls were free. And then we continued up in January after, almost bottoming again in December because there was actual bullish news. The bullish news ceased in mid-March. Nothing has been, nothing has come in bullish since. The only thing getting slightly better is producer pricing. And America's a consumer-driven economy. What's different about T4? I mean, not a lot. It's Diablo, right? So far, I've only played, what's it called? Druid or something? Because it looks like Janet Yellen. And I named her Juice Caboose, and she turns into a bear. When do puts become free? I sold them for free, but when can I buy them for free? I mean, they're pretty fucking cheap today. VIX is at like 14. I used to play D3, then I stopped, but I watched recent videos of people just face rolling buttons and hitting for millions of damage. Yep. That's pretty much how it works. Did you team up at all last night? No. Everyone tried getting my Necro Jerome Powell to join their groups. He's a lone wolf, though. You hear about the dock workers strike in Cali? No, I didn't. Serious question. How's the new Street Fighter? I mean, I've only played it a little bit, but it seems pretty cool. I like the mechanics. I haven't really gotten into like, and I haven't really gotten into anything in depth with it yet, but it, on the surface level, it seems kind of fun. It doesn't seem as brain dead as Street Fighter 5, so I like that. D3, the Mighty Dex? No, that's not what we're talking about. How's liquidity on GME looking? It was still contracting this afternoon. Hold on. Yeah, still it's contracting again, or well, not contracting, I guess. Expanding, which means liquidity is contracting. So, shorting, a little bit of shorting. Not a lot today though, but a little bit. And mostly directly. Has the bar rate gone up today? Was anybody paying attention? They're actually hitting XRT a little bit, so maybe not. They're not hitting IJH very hard, if at all. But they're hitting XRT a little bit. Bar rate flat. Okay. Yeah, so it looks like they're getting their liquidity out of the ETF. They probably don't need a lot. Is volume low? 3 million volume. Nail my straddle entries for the first time. Thanks for your thoughts, Garrick. Nice, Doug. Congratulations. I missed almost all of today. Will you recap what is happening at market close and what next week could look like? Yeah, I mean, I guess I could start now. SPX launched up today on another round of zero DTE buying. A lot of those zero DTEs, which were already present from yesterday, but you know, will be expiring today. The VIX has continued to rocket downward many times today on falling prices. So there's definitely a lot of at least nearer dated put selling going on. Probably a lot nearer dated put selling. Right, they're running out of volatility to sell on the put side, which reduces the amount of leverage they're able to get to push it higher. So, you know, they're going to sell shorter and shorter dated puts in order to reduce the amount of risk. But that's also going to, you know, ultimately lead to increases in volatility. Let's see, what else? We might sell off into the end of the day here a little bit. Well, not much. But futures might continue to sell off. NQ was pretty erratic today. It ran up and dropped and then kind of just stabilized around the same level. Treasury issued, I think it was about 65 total $1 billion in securities today. They're going to be issuing another 173 billion on Monday. We've already started to see the effects on yields. The 2-year ended today up 359 basis points. The 5-year up 395 basis points. 10-year up 261. 20-year now above 4.0. At 4.04, went up 179 BPS, and the 30-year went up 183 BPS. You know, we're seeing T-bill futures decline, and Dixie is up. So we're also seeing a little bit of sector rotation from growth to value, with NASDAQ only up 77 BPS today, but Russell up 360 and Dow up 220. So there's some movement there from value or growth to value, which, you know, combined with rising yields, is probably going to be bearish into the Treasury issuing more securities next week. But we're still propped up on a bunch of options, and they're not, all the calls aren't expired yet. There's some more Monday. At least there were earlier. I don't think they closed them. I'll know after hours, but there were still more open Monday. In these levels, it's not as strong as today's, but there was still more. Yeah, ES looks like it's continuing to sell off a little bit in after hours. Does it make sense for Treasury shorts to want to pump this as much as possible to try to give themselves whatever cushion they can to stay propped up after a TGA refill? I mean, if you're short on treasuries and the TGA is refilling and then the Fed bumps rates, it's going to get pretty ugly, right? I think we're starting to hear more of that like narrative about a pause being spun up again, like last time. It's it's not good for them, especially if you're exposed to that floating rate risk as a counterparty to swaps. It's a hard needle to thread, but we'll see. I mean, we have no idea what their risk is, so we have no idea if they can manage to thread it or not. No halt in the close. Biden didn't sign the bill today. Wait, what? Uh, really? But the Treasury issued securities today. What's the fucking balance? 22.9? That's yesterday's balance, right? That's for 6-1. Supposed to sign it tomorrow. You better get the fuck on it. $7 p.m. Okay. So he wasn't like scheduled to sign it and didn't sign it. He just hasn't been scheduled to sign it yet. I wonder how they got through today. Are the rating agencies just gonna downgrade us anyway when our fucking debt to GDP skyrockets? Can they downgrade us before June 16th? If you have to ask that question, you might want a little longer than June 16th. Thanks, Milkman. Will this impact SPX? COVID-19 testing resumes in Beijing, Shandong, as reinfection cases surge. That might be good for my Yang calls, but that might be about it. Or you can take a look at futures before the end of the day. So this is what I was talking about. The March contract in front is currently trading, or the March contract, sorry, is currently trading at 4309.75, and the contract in front is trading at 42.89, which, you know, at the peak of today was 30% over the next year, or 0.3% over the next year. So like the futures in front are, yeah, they're flattening out. It's not backwardation yet, but it's getting closer, right? Are the rating agencies under U.S. patronage? No? No, that's not going to be compared to treasury yields. I mean, ES futures should never do that. All right, guys. Thanks for tuning in. Member stream Friday or the Sunday at 12:30. So I'll see you guys there. Everyone have a great weekend. Try to relax. A lot can happen in 2 weeks. We went up 200 or 300 BPS in 2 days, so can go down just as fast. I'll see you guys all Sunday or the rest of you on Monday. Later, everybody.